Alright, it looks like the stream is on. It is way too early in the morning to think about game dev. No, it's not. Curious how many people are actually going to participate in this thing. Because the jam page says 16 people are signed up, which is far more than we've done in the past. I think. What else did I want to do before we got started? I guess I'll leave that out until time. I've started an empty game maker project already. Greetings, Juan. New misspelling of my username just appeared. Among other things, that means that the stream is indeed working, which I didn't actually check yet today. So I'm glad that that you made it. Where are there? 5 minutes to go? I don't actually have anything that I want to do like beforehand. Greetings, Maddie. Yes, this is this morning. The And I didn't forget, which is good because I kept thinking that this was going to be like a week from now. The microphone is low. Can I raise it up? Is that high enough? The stream's bitrate is low, set to 0, which is lower than the recommended bitrate. That's interesting. Alright, that's high enough. I can raise it a little bit more in like Windows settings, but then it'll get distorted, which isn't really ideal. It always starts out at like the wrong level whenever I start streaming or whatever. Even though I don't usually mess with it manually. Maddie, you don't understand. That's the best time to experiment with 3D and Game Maker stuff. Alright, they're discussing the exact rules in the in Xor's Discord. Apparently, it is valid to already use pre-created effects such as a water shader. I don't know if I'll be doing that, or if I'll just be like trying to run through everything on the fly. I'm not gonna use any like large system like Snyder's this part or anything like that, but um, well, one, I don't know if I actually have a use for a pre-made water shader for what I have in mind that I'll be doing. Um, but it feels in the spirit of things um, to, not do that. All right. Oh, XOR is in the voice channel. I can go there. Greetings. Alive. Barely. Ooh, so you're doing this on challenge mode. So I am currently live streaming. So if you don't want to be on that, you can just kick me out or whatever. They are saying that they can't hear your talking, which is probably because let me make sure that the OBS is actually set to do that. If I can remember how. All right, that should be better.
Can you hear me?
Okay, now they hear you.
Okay, perfect.
So what are we? 2 minutes before time? 1 minute and a half?
2 minutes. Yeah, I was telling my dad about this jam and stuff and how I didn't really have ideas. And then he just real quickly threw a bunch of ideas at me. So I'm thinking I'll go with that.
Nice.
I'm going to try to incorporate all three themes if I can.
I didn't have any ideas until about 2 in the morning last night. So I'm going to be running with what 2 a.m. me thought was a good idea.
Perfect.
Which also, as it turns out, was when I thought of the water theme.
I really like that one too.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I was trying to think of themes that weren't just like nouns or verbs, but I guess there's enough you can do with water in a game.
Yeah. I wanted to keep it like vague enough that it would work with other themes. So that's why I chose rainbow. It's just because like you can make anything rainbow pretty much if you try hard enough.
That would have worked for the last one where I just like took it was like the maze game, so I just made like a collectathon and I just threw a shader on the collectathon objects and made them like hue shift. All right, so we are at 9 in the morning.
All right, yeah, let's get started.
GMT minus 4 or whatever we are. I have an empty game maker project.
Me too. All right, I'm gonna start recording my screen and get started.
Matty Allen says you need to meet us at MagFest next year.
We'll see. I would definitely consider that.
How do I make a sprite in Game Maker? There we go.
That's always a good sign.
I guess I'll start this out in the same place I usually do, which is just like a test 3D projection.
Yeah, I'm starting off with a shader.
As you often do.
Yeah, you know me. Like the last time, I think I'm going to do everything inside the shader. It's just so much more fun that way. So.
You have very interesting ideas of fun, sir.
One object and then just render everything through a shader.
I always start, no matter what I'm doing, with a 3D camera from like the exact same position in the room.
Mm-hmm.
Um, what was it? Oh.
Too bad that Snitter wasn't able to join this time.
Yeah, one of these days we'll get all three of us in the same event again.
We have to. Just for old time's sake.
For old time's sake. There are people like talking in my YouTube stream chat, and I like can't look at it because I'm looking at my computer. Oh, this is an error. That needs to be fixed. Use any other engine besides GameMaker? Someone asked. Sometimes. Not often.
Yeah, I've never done that for like an actual serious project. I've experimented a little bit, but I don't know. I have a lot to do just with GameMaker. I don't really want to start something new right now.
Let's see. I wish layers in GameMaker could be like less of a pain in the neck sometimes. But I think that should draw in the correct order. That was, in fact, not the correct order. Did GameMaker just crash on me? That's exciting.
Oh,
I hit Control Z and it crashed on me. Let's try that again, maybe. Why not delete but one layer? This is just like a test layer to make sure that the 3D camera is doing what it's supposed to. Although to be honest, if it becomes a problem, I probably just will. And we'll do this the old-fashioned way. Actually, wait, I have a better idea. How do you do this? Oh, I can't remember how you get the tile map from a layer. I'm gonna have to look at my old code to remember how I do something. That's not a good sign. Oh, I'm dumb. 3D projection isn't working for some reason. Oh, it's probably because I'm not actually applying it, isn't it? It's still early in the morning, okay, guys? Did I just close the Discord window that I was in, and is that why I can't hear XOR anymore? I seem to have accidentally done that. Yeah, I think I accidentally closed Discord and then wondered what happened to the Discord call.
I was wondering what happened. I thought your whole computer might have crashed.
It's early in the morning, okay? Alright, I have a 3D projection. It's not where I thought it would be. But, you know what? Maybe that's okay, because I'm in a hurry. Do I prefer the tile maps in 2.3 over 1.4? Yes. Tile maps, like pre-Game Maker Studio 2, were awful.
I haven't used tile maps that much. I saw on the roadmap that they have tile map collisions. That's gonna be nice.
Mm-hmm. That should hopefully get rid of a lot of the like hacky solutions that people have to use for like pixel perfect platformers and stuff. Hopefully.
Right. How many viewers do you have?
Currently 10.
Oh, nice.
I don't actually remember how many people were watching the last time we did this. It's been a while. We should do this more often.
Yeah. I'm thinking that 4 hours might be like the sweet spot.
Mm-hmm.
Where...
1 hour was definitely a little short.
Yeah.
I
think 3 hours could have been good. It's just I didn't have ideas last time. So it kind of stalled out. But I think it could have been good if I prepared a little bit better.
3 hours was good for me making a basic maze game last time, and hopefully an additional 4th hour should be good for getting like something unusual in there.
Yeah, if I remember right, at the end of it, it wasn't my thing wasn't really a game, but that tends to be how things go.
Just game jam things.
Yeah. You know, for 3 hours, I barely care at that point. As long as it actually runs and like does something, I think that's a success.
1 hour was like insane.
Yeah.
I need to have like code that like lets the player walk around, don't I? That's something that usually people do in games.
Yeah, that's usually a good idea.
This is the code that I actually like want to copy and paste because I've written it out a million times.
Yeah.
Should I do that? Yeah, I'm just gonna do that. And it's probably gonna take like as much time to open up an old project and fish out the movement code as it would be to just write it from scratch.
Mm-hmm.
I know that GameMaker has the ability to create like template projects now, and I feel like
Mm-hmm.
a basic first person camera should be one of the first things that I use for that.
Yeah, that would be great.
Alright, some of this is just junk that I don't need in this particular project, but
All right, we have a floor and we have sky.
that's better than I have.
It's a start. Something.
Oh, how do games ever get made in the first place? Okay, so for whatever reason the floor is above me. I don't understand how that is supposed to work.
I may or may not have had the exact same problem when I first added my floor. It was above as well. I somehow like do that 50% of the time. I just have the Y inverted Y-axis.
Game Maker thinks that the floor should be in one place, and I think the floor should be in another place, and it's just really a difference of opinion
Yeah.
that the engine and I shall never agree on.
Nearly everything has Y positive be up, and Game Maker's just like, no.
Look at you all arguing if positive Y or positive Z should be up. Game Maker knows that the real answer is that negative Y should be up. Um, Layer force draw depth for the floor, that is already happening. And it shouldn't matter, and I don't know why Game Maker wants it to be above me, but also like the look direction is also upside down. Actually, that may be my fault also. Alright, fine, I'll look at my cheating project again to see what I did there. It's not like I'm actually gonna do the math or anything, of course. Oh, that's nice. In this test project, I did something that was like really weird.
Nice.
Well, I shouldn't say really weird, but
Okay, this worked shockingly well. I already have mountains in this thing. Not that
I
it's
still
supposed
have
to
a
be.
floor that's above my head, and we are 18 minutes in.
There.
Um,
Show. I'm sharing my screen.
let's
And
have a look at how this looks.
Rainbow Mountains.
Rainbow Mountains. You,
This is
sir, have
supposed to
already
be.
met one of the criteria for the themes.
This is supposed to be water. I'm supposed to hit 2 stones, but right now it's mountains. I'll fix that soon.
Well, I have a feeling you can just write a couple lines in your Ray Marcher, and you'll suddenly have water.
Yeah. I just need to flatten it a little bit, and then should be good.
Someone in my chat suggested D3D start. That's going back there.
Good old days.
The old days. If I just like got rid of the game maker layer floor and just like drew everything, would that solve my problems? It might. Of course, I would have no way of actually. No, stop, game maker, please. I would have no way of actually seeing anything, so I'm gonna have to manually add myself a floor. So that's nice. Um, let's see.
So 1440p is how many pixels wide?
I want to say it's 2560 by 1440.
All right, that sounds right. Am I already dipping below 60 FPS? Oh no.
Getting started with a bang, are we?
Okay, the debugger says it's 9,000 FPS, but I don't believe it. Sometimes when it's like a shader thing, it can stutter, and the debugger doesn't measure it.
Game Maker is not very good at measuring performance inside um, like what's happening on the GPU.
Yeah. Notice. This might be a problem. Yeah, my GPU is at 100% already.
You have what, like a 2070?
2060.
2060?
Yeah.
That's a little intense.
That is not going to run on anything. Oh boy.
Run it on my computer and it comes out looking like a slideshow.
For real. I can always do the lazy option and just lower the resolution.
Are you rendering the whole thing at 1440p? Is that why you asked?
Yeah. I just do it at like half resolution or something and call it good. Nobody's gonna notice.
People are talking in my YouTube chat and I am suddenly behind because I haven't been looking at it. Oops. I probably should actually save the file that I'm trying to load to GameMaker's data files. That might help it find it. Alright, the floor is still being drawn above me. I hate it. Oh. I need to do my inverted aspect ratio trick. Don't die to make that not happen. Game Maker, why are you like this? This feels wrong. Someone asked why they changed so much compatibility with 3D on Game Maker since like the 1.4 days. Do you want to do that, Ran Exo, or should I?
Go ahead.
Because 3D in the old days sucked and we should never go back to it.
Huh. There's a special part in my heart for some of the D3D stuff, but
I miss like the feeling of the old days when none of us knew what we were doing, but like there's so much that you just fundamentally couldn't do.
Yeah, and it's good to like learn how to actually do everything.
Mm-hmm. Like properly. It's like 3 extra lines of code to set up a 3D scene than it used to be, despite what you might see for me like flopping around on the floor for the last 20 minutes. And it's like in the old days there was one camera projection you could use.
Yeah.
Well, I guess 2 because you could also use an ortho camera, and nowadays you can do anything you want with a 3D camera or a transform or anything.
Yeah.
The floor is now being drawn on the floor, which is good, but also like it's completely broken. It is way too early in the morning for this. Why couldn't you have had the jam at like 3 in the afternoon when I'm awake?
Well, I was going to, but then I bumped it back for Snitter.
Oh yeah, 3 in the afternoon here would be like 9 at night there, wouldn't it?
Yeah. But I think there are some people from Europe that would like to participate, and it just works better this way for people. Unfortunately.
Okay, so it works, but I just probably should reduce the movement speed by a factor of like a lot. Okay.
Someone said that this is going to be their first game jam.
Oh.
I have a feeling they're not going to want to do a game jam after this.
Welcome aboard. Hope we don't scare you away too badly. Alright, now I have a first-person camera. If this was the 1-hour version, we would be at like halftime, and I would barely have something on the screen. Alright.
I don't even want to think about that. It was the 1-hour version. Oof.
Gizmo reports that he's just waking up, also got a camera working now, but not sure if I'm going to finish. Which 2 things I'm going to be doing? I'm going to be doing water theme. I haven't decided on which of the others, possibly both. Um, let's see. Next, I should probably try and create like an arena of sorts. Um, how do I want to do that? Oh, did I tell you what I was gonna plan on making? I'm basically gonna try to make like a water balloon fight.
Oh, really?
That was
Awesome.
my 3 a.m. idea last night for the water theme, and I guess if I want to incorporate rainbows, I could just do the cheap way and make the balloons different colors or something. But I'm gonna try and come up with something a little bit more interesting than that.
There you go.
Let's see. I probably should try to at least make the walls not the exact same white color as the floor if I want to be able to see them.
I got some retro vibes going on right now with my game thing.
I too like rendering normals to the screen. Um, if I use keyboard check press, will the speed not be lowered? No, if I use keyboard check press, then you will move exactly once when you press the key, and you will not move when you hold the key down. Um,
Ralph Patrick has a plane now.
Patrick?
Yep. I have a feeling within like 30 minutes he's just gonna have like a full game.
He's Patrick Crape. He's gonna probably have more of a full game than both of us put together.
Yeah. I remember for the Minecraft Jam, he made like a RTS Minecraft. That
I,
was pretty epic.
I remember that.
Yeah.
Okay, that's exciting. I should have blocks visible to create walls, but I don't. And now I need to figure out
Oh no.
why. I like it so much better when like things like draw incorrectly than when things don't draw at all.
Yeah. At least you have something to go off of then.
Oh, that's why. I'm trying to draw a vertex buffer with index player and not like the block. That's admittedly not the error I was expecting.
Hmm.
Imagine if the like player's object index just happened to coincidentally be the same as the index of a vertex buffer, and then I just drew like a random like I don't know fence post or something in place of everything that I was trying to draw.
Turns out that water is kind of hard to code. This will be exciting.
It's hard enough in like normal game maker. I'm sure that doing it in a Raymark shader makes it even more fun slash even less
Yeah.
fun.
I'm crazy. I always find it fun.
Wasn't like the first thing I said when I joined the call earlier that something like you have a very unusual idea of fun?
That's true. Yeah. I enjoy pain, apparently.
Okay, so moving the mouse side to side makes me look up and down. I don't think that's how I intended it to be. How exactly did that happen? Because that was part of the code that I copied and pasted.
Oh, that's not good. Sometimes it sure does feel like it's easier to just write things from scratch than copy paste.
Maybe.
Uh, just because there's so many uh, subtle differences between different types of code, and that can make all the difference.
Okay, that's better. I had a pitch in place of a direction. And now we are walking backwards. Alright, left and right is reversed. Don't know how that happened. Should have made my theme for the game crab instead of water, then walking backwards would have been perfectly acceptable.
Oh man, that would have been perfect. Crab would have been a great thing.
It would have probably confused a lot of people, that's for sure. What, couldn't you have just made a normal theme like Space Shooter or something?
Oh man.
I haven't even gotten to a shader yet in this game, and maybe that's for the best because I still clearly don't know what I'm doing here.
Yeah, sometimes it's better not to rush it. I hope no one ever has to read this code. It's going to be something else.
I know the feeling. Okay. Let's see, what did I say I was doing? Like a water balloon game? So I should probably, now that I sort of have a game world being drawn, probably think about how that's going to work, shouldn't I?
Nah, it's more fun if you don't.
True.
Alright, I sort of have water.
Sort of have water. You got a screenshot?
Sure. Kind of glitchy at the moment.
Well, you're talking to someone who had the floor on the ceiling for the first 25 minutes, so I think that's passable.
Yeah.
And as soon as I opened Discord, the game window opened, so I was mouse locked and wasn't able to click on it. I have collision. That's cool. Okay. That's progress. Oh, you do have water.
Yeah.
Everything's
I
blue.
get rid of obvious patterns, but Let's
Patrick
see.
Crafe is also streaming.
Oh, nice.
Um, I don't know what that's gonna do to the audio if I open it. Let's take a 2 minute break at the 45-minute mark and go say hello to Patrick.
All right, I'll join.
Okay, he is likewise making an underwater game, I see.
Oh man, he's got like a whole proper camera system and everything.
Yeah, I didn't bother to set up any sort of camera thing today.
Same. That's one of the things with shader stuff. It's like you pretty much don't have to set up any camera stuff if you don't want to. You just
Oh,
make a
I thought
very.
you meant his webcam.
Oh, I see.
But yes, the in-game camera also
Yeah.
is a true statement about that. He does not seem to be monitoring chat because he is focused on actually like being good at what he's doing, unlike me. I shall return in probably like a half hour or so
Mm.
to see what he's doing there when I need another
Yeah.
break.
Yeah.
Um, all right, so I have a player that can run into walls, which is good if you want to make the player not be able to escape like a water balloon arena. I don't know if I'm realistically going to get the player shooting water balloons or throwing water balloons at like other CPU players in the next 3 hours and 16 minutes, or if I'm just going to be doing like target practice or something. But
Yeah, I currently have 8 lines of GML code, so I
you
should
have
probably
that many.
yeah, probably add a few things.
Let's see. I guess I will have a my next objective being a water balloon that the player can throw. And that'll be fun because I actually will get to like design a water balloon.
Mm. Are you like doing 3D modeling?
I am
Or
using Model Creator for Game Maker as always.
oh yes,
The ancient program that almost nobody besides me still uses.
I love it.
It's useful if you want to make something that's just like geometric shapes in a hurry.
Hmm.
Which is like the
Yeah,
extent of
doesn't
my
it like
capabilities for this anyway, so.
can't you like export to a vertex buffer for GameMaker or something like that?
Not directly because this thing was made in like Game Maker 7, but I do have my handy little conversion program that I use.
There you go.
Alright, do I want to make like 7 different colors of water balloons? Yes.
You gotta just make it so that you have a shader that like recolors it
Oh, that's a good idea. I can do that.
any color.
That'll definitely be faster. Why didn't I think of that? Because I'm dumb and also because it's still 9:45 in the morning.
Game jams will do that to you. The pressure. I can think like twice as good when I'm just like making something on my own, and then when under pressure, I just freeze.
When I actually think about it for more than like 0.5 nanoseconds.
Yeah, I did a shader competition, and I was just like panicking the whole time,
Uh huh.
just trying to come up with ideas and stuff. It's a lot harder than I would have guessed it to be, to make anything interesting anyway.
You have like a common set of shader tricks that you use that are applicable in a wide variety of situations, right? Like for generating like a height map from noise and
Yeah.
that kind of thing.
Um, yeah, I have a few like go-to things that I like to visit. Here, the how I did the height map of the terrain was actually a somewhat different method. I've probably only done it once before,
Mm-hmm.
so I kind of had to rediscover it as I was writing it. But for like gray marchers, for example, and how to calculate normals and stuff, I have a whole process for that.
Mm-hmm.
Handling camera stuff, I've written camera stuff probably like, I don't know, 50 times now, maybe more than that. Yeah, actually, probably more than that. Probably written the same camera code like 100 times. So I have like my go-to code for that. But I try to avoid um, copying and pasting as much as possible.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of find that fun, like as an added challenge to write everything from scratch as much as possible. So like so far, everything has been written from like memory, from things that I remember how to do, and I haven't like copied anything.
Meanwhile, I don't remember things. I just copy and paste them until I develop the muscle memory.
There you go. Yeah, I figure that's not really worth it for most people. That's probably
Hmm.
not worth your time, but I don't know. Just how I like to do things. Because people always wanted me to use like 3D modeling programs when I'm making games and stuff, but for the longest time, I always just coded the geometry, like vertex buffer, like generating basic shapes and stuff
Oh
that
no.
way. Yeah, I don't know why. It's just that's how I like to do it.
That's another thing I remember doing in the old days of GameMaker 3D before I knew about D3D model load.
Hmm. Yeah, one time I 3D modeled a car, um, and it was purely just like I used some sort of grid paper and drew it out in real life, and then I plotted in all the coordinates
Oh my
into.
god.
I would not recommend it, but it was kind of fun.
That's practical
Maybe
applications for the connected dots games that you used to give little kids to keep them
there you
occupied for
go.
5 minutes.
Yeah, yeah. It's so horrible because it's so easy to like mix the order up or something like that, and then all of a sudden you have triangles missing or connected wrong.
And then you have like the one triangle that's inside out and you have to track down exactly which vertex that corresponds to.
Yeah.
Someone in chat asked, can GameMaker handle that many vertices? GameMaker can handle a lot of vertices.
Yeah, surprisingly.
Maybe for the next gen, my theme will be how many vertices can GameMaker handle?
That would be a good theme. Like we try to do. Actually, that would be interesting. Like try to do as much detail as possible for the
Mm-hmm.
limited amount of time that we have. I would probably just do like a fractal shader. That would be fun.
I would probably do like terrain spam as I enjoy doing sometimes.
Oh yeah. You have it take like 2 minutes just to generate at the start.
Mm-hmm. And then that's what 240 minutes for the jam total. That's like 1% of the entire jam time every time you run the game.
I love it. Yeah, hopefully you don't have to do a lot of testing.
Better work on the first try.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's interesting. Instead of spawning a water balloon, I spawned a block, and it is completely losing its mind on the screen there. Wasn't quite what I pictured when I told the player to throw a water balloon.
Okay. This is fine. Alright, I have movement. Finally. I can't tell if it's correct because the camera doesn't turn, even though the movement does. So that could be a little bit problematic.
Um. Oh, you didn't post a new screenshot? Well, I guess movement is hard to do in a screenshot.
Yeah, you can't really see anything. I wish that GLSL had a built-in rotation function.
To like rotate a vector
Yeah,
instead of having to like create the rotation matrix
exactly. Like,
angle by angle.
It's good to know the math behind it, but I don't understand why they have some other functions, but that's one of the ones that did make the cut. I'll never understand that.
They don't even have something like that in a modern GLSL, do they?
I don't think so. I could be mistaken, though. Alright, now the world is upside down. This is fine.
Oh, it's your turn for the upside down world, is it?
Yeah, apparently.
Patrick's
Oh,
game looks like it's coming along like nice and serenely, and ours looks like everything's on fire all the time.
oh man. Part of the process, I guess.
How do you make the world not upside down?
Just everything. Just turn positives to negatives and negatives to positive. Eventually you'll get there.
Or when you're drawing the application surface to the frame buffer, just like invert the application surface vertically. I may or may not have done that in the past.
Oh no. For some reason, my camera movement is exactly opposite of what I would expect.
So it's your turn to have that problem.
Yeah. Apparently, it's my turn for everything.
Oh, that's right. We don't have depth testing turned on here, so that means that everything is going to be drawn over everything else in the order that GameMaker assigns the instances. Maybe I shouldn't do that. Okay, how do I turn that off? GPU set Z test something.
Isn't it Z test enable?
Yeah, that was the one that I forgot to do.
Yeah, because I think Z write enable is enabled by default. So pretty much, I always just do test enable, and I don't worry about the other stuff.
I didn't think it was enabled by default. Let me just
Should
run the
be.
debugger and hit a breakpoint on the first line and see what the GPU state there is.
Yeah.
What are we looking at? Render states. Z write enable is true by default? That's interesting. I always did them both at the same time. Well, not always. Sometimes you do want to, like, test but not write. But, huh.
Yeah, because I think it actually can be used in 2D games sometimes, so that's kind of why it's there.
I've never
But that
seen
also,
anyone use it in 2D games, although I've thought of things that you could possibly do with it if you wanted.
yeah, yeah,
Hmm.
actually, that's
Interesting.
and I think if you have it enabled, that means that there's going to be a depth to every single surface, so that effectively doubles the surface size.
That's a different setting. That is a surface. What's it called? Surface depth disable slash
Yeah,
surface depth enable.
yeah, yeah. But as far as I know, that's only going to be added if you have Z write enabled. If you don't have it enabled, it would have nothing to write.
Huh. Now I want to
So
now I want to play around with that and find out more, but I
yeah,
probably shouldn't do
that
that
would
on
be
the timer.
There's your next video idea.
I've already done a video on surface depth disabled because most people don't need it and they can turn it off for completely free.
Mm.
Um,
Mm.
should make allocating surfaces faster. Should make binding them as a texture faster. Actually, no, it wouldn't do that, but it would mean that you don't use as much texture memory.
All right, screw it. Instead of coding everything myself, um, I'm still coding everything myself, but I'm going to use a texture for the water instead of just generating the noise.
You have caved.
Yeah, noise is expensive, as it turns out, and it doesn't look that great. So I'm gonna see if there's a way I can make it look just as good, but be better in fewer steps.
Um, Why is doing gravity a pain in the neck?
Patrick is like progress, and then I just shared mine. Regress.
Patrick is like progress, and I have a water balloon that flew off into the air infinitely because I had gravity pointing in the wrong direction.
I mean, that could be a helium balloon. That's how you problem solve in game development. Just make it a helium balloon.
It's magical water that's made of helium.
Yeah. Okay, why does it look like this? Oh, I have interpolation off. That might do it.
Alright, that was a much harder throw of the water balloon than I expected. That thing just sailed, which is very satisfying, but not completely what I was going for.
Something is very, very wrong with my code.
Do you have a screenshot?
It's the animation part of it, so you can't really see much.
Okay, I see you posted the interpolation issue.
Yeah.
Alex has a rainbow sky and a slightly rainbow ground.
I think that's under the water. I think that's supposed to be like the
Oh, that's
surface
that's the surface of the water. All right, I'm smart.
That's pretty cool, actually.
I like the rainbow stripes.
Yeah, that's like oily water is what it looks like.
Um,
All right, you know what? I should just make the sky rainbow so that it looks cool. The reflection will also be rainbow. All right, get rid of that. Now, how do I want to do rainbow sky? Once you add a noise texture, there's just no going back.
are you gonna add a second noise texture now? Double the fun?
Well, I just use that one noise thing for pretty much everything. It's like, okay, I'm going to use that for the sky. I'm going to use that for the water. I'm going to use it for everything. So much power you can do there. Oh, that's why my water was messed up. I mixed up the Z coordinate and the Y coordinate, so that explains some things.
That would definitely do it.
Yeah. Okay, this is coming together all of a sudden. For some reason, the sky is black, so that may be problematic.
Maybe by the end of this I will have a sky that is not black. Alright, so now we have throwing water balloons. They're coming out of your face, which makes the whole view like flash white when you throw it. So I should probably have it like come out of the player's shoulder.
Oh my gosh. This is getting crazy. I don't know what it is about rainbow, like, saturatedness, but I love it. Can't help it.
What did you do now? Ooh, that is...
Some hippie stuff.
I believe the kids like to call that psychedelic.
This game's gonna be an acid trip.
Alright, I have throwing water balloons. You throw them only a little bit faster than the player moves, though, so if you throw them while you're walking, it looks like you just sort of toss up in the air, which is a little odd. Okay, so this is actually, like, sort of fun now. Although for some reason the screen is being drawn like offset from the middle of the game window, which I've never seen happen before, so that's gonna be a problem that I should probably solve.
You know, I probably shouldn't just hard code the resolution values in. It makes a real big pain whenever I want to change something. I just have like the same value copied and pasted 3 times throughout the code, and then if I make a change, it's a real mess.
At least set it to a macro or something.
Yeah. There, I got some variables. Okay. Too slow to do at full resolution still. Alright,
Oh, I know why it's being drawn offset, and that is because I'm not resetting the world matrix after all of this is over. I love it when you forget to like fix a draw setting at the end of the regular draw event, and then when you like get to drawing the UI, it's everything's being drawn with like a weird transform or shader or something.
Yeah. Oh man, yeah. Don't forget to reset the world matrix. That's always a fun one.
I just had it like offset by a certain translation because I'm not doing anything weird with rotations yet. Actually, yes, I am. So I guess I just got lucky. But sometimes like you mess with like the Z rotation and the entire UI is like skewed in a strange way.
Yeah. All right, Gizmo says he finally knows what to go for. So that's good. Only an hour and 15 minutes in.
Definitely a good idea we did not do a 1 hour jam this time.
Yeah.
Okay. So the balloons die when they hit the wall, which is a good sign. They also die when they hit the wall and they're above it because we are not doing collision checking on the vertical axis, which is a little strange. I guess I can fix that by hard coding it, which is everyone's favorite.
Absolutely. Gotta solve everything with hard coding. I joke about that, but that's pretty much what my shader looks like right now.
Alright, you can now throw water balloons over the walls.
Oh, nice.
So that's cheating with the
like
3D collisions a little, but it'll do the job.
Are there like enemies, or how's that work?
Not yet.
Are you gonna be fighting like AI or something, or?
I'd like to. Let's see what I can do in the next 2 hours and 43 minutes.
That's fair.
I'll probably set up something that's just like target practice first. See how much of a mess you can make or whatever. And then if there's adequate time, I'll make them run around and try and hit you back.
Nice. Sounds like a good plan.
Imagine one of those like first-person shooter, like defend the base games, but instead of first-person shooters, it's first-person water balloons.
Yeah, it should be like first-person Balloons Monkey City or something like that. Balloons Tower
First-person
Defense.
BTDs.
Yes. Oh, that's a good game.
I would open Steam to look at how many hours I have on the game right now, except I actually don't want to know. Alright, Patrick, I looked over at Patrick's stream and he appears to be taking a break, which is unfortunate.
Okay. Yeah, darn it.
I will check back in another 5 minutes or so to see if he's back. Oh, you know what I want to do next is I want to make these balloons rainbow like you suggested. Okay.
Yeah, do it.
That's the excitement that this game is missing. What do I need? A shader? SHD.
So I more or less have reflections. That's fun. Uploading.
I always thought it's weird how game makers make color HSV function takes like values from 0 to 255 instead of like 360, 100, 100 like everything else.
I am not sure. Probably easier to do in the code. Maybe slightly more efficient.
I wonder if it's just because like they figured that people will be more used to color values being 0 to 255. I don't know if this function is like way from the old days of GameMaker. I kind of assume it is.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been there as long as I remember. All right, I'm gonna take a bathroom break. I'll be back in a minute.
Have fun. Well, these are rainbow balloons. Not quite the kind that I envisioned. I'm going to do what I should have done and put this in the create event. Alright, much better. Alright, that's where they're dark. I was just complaining about that. Alright. I guess I might do lighting. Lighting does make it a lot easier to like see what you're doing. Even just a basic directional light or something makes it a lot easier to see what you're doing. You can have that. You can have that, but we don't need the color value. This really could all be the same shader, couldn't it? I'll just make this the same shader. Don't need balloon shader anymore. Everything that isn't a balloon will just have a color that is set to white. It's probably the easier way of doing this. Oh, right. I should set that to white at the beginning too. At the beginning it was defaulting to black. And not getting set to white until after the first balloon had been rendered. Instead of generating a random color, I'm thinking every time a balloon spawns, it'll be like the next hue in the spectrum. All right. So the first balloon, you're thoroughly red, then orange, then yellow, and so on. Alright, that works. Let's see, next should I have them like splash when I hit the wall or something, or hit the ground? I kind of feel like I should. Again, I'm not going to be using... Oh, I said I was going to do lighting next, didn't I? I'm not going to be using an S-part or anything for that, but I might just hack together like a burst of like particle meshes or something. Alright, lighting. um, what's this going to be? Dot product of the normal and the, what's L? In the light direction. And then I need to set that up. This should give us some rudimentary lighting. Greetings.
Okay, I have a little bit more of a plan. What I'm gonna do next.
The good news is that I have rainbow balloons, and the bad news is that I tried to institute lighting and it went horribly wrong, and I have no idea why.
Hey, but you got rainbow balloons.
But I do got rainbow balloons.
And they're water balloons, so rainbow and water.
That's 2 out of the 3.
Yeah. Can you switch perspectives in any way?
Who knows? Maybe if I decide to let you like teleport between like enemy lines or something, maybe that'll count.
All right.
Oh, that would explain it. I am multiplying the input position by the world matrix, trying to figure out the normal instead of multiplying the world normal by the world matrix. Okay. That would certainly explain some of the problems that arose. Does the floor not have a normal because it completely just disappeared?
Fun. This is a thing of nightmares. Oh, dang it. My image is
Let's
too
see
big.
it.
Hold on, I gotta resize it.
It's a very nice nightmare. What resolution are you currently running at now? Did you knock it down to like 1080p or something?
It's 720p. So I'm
720p.
downscaling 50%. The window is 1440, and then it's just downscaled.
I see.
But yeah, there's something deeply unsettling about that last picture I just shared. I don't know, some liminal space stuff.
It does look a bit like something that you'd see in like a dream sequence in a video game.
Don't know why my stuff always ends up like that.
You'd like to try, but there's only 2 hours and a half left. You can always start late, and then you can just like unofficially finish an hour and a half later.
Yeah.
I don't know. Someone in the YouTube chat just said, "I'd like to try, but there's only 2 hours and 2.5 hours left."
Yeah. There are some people that were gonna try to do it in like Australia or something like that, where they
Mm-hmm.
had a totally different time zone. Um, and I told them they can just participate with the same themes and just do it a few hours later or whatever. I mean, technically, since there's no prizes, I don't think it matters that much.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
The itch page itself, I think, like if you're gonna try and submit it to there, I think it'll
yeah,
just
I
close
think there's a
automatically, but you can still do it just for fun.
right. I think there is a way that I could probably include it on the page. So I
Is
guess if it
there?
comes to message me, and I'll see what I can do.
It's worth a try.
Why is the sky black?
I'm becoming increasingly suspicious that the like floor that I'm drawing has no idea where in the world it is because its normals are wrong, and it also seems that its position is wrong.
Something is very wrong.
What are you at now?
Um, I have water, and I have some sort of like sides of a mountain on the edges. That's about it.
Hmm.
There's a big gaping hole in the sky that's mildly concerning. Trying to figure out why.
The sky just does that sometimes. It'll sort itself out eventually. Oh, I know why the floor is wrong, and that's because it only has two vertices, and they're both really far away from you. So of course, it's going to think that um, the interpolation is gonna have it be that far away from you. I can get around that.
It seems like somewhere there's a division by zero, and I'm not exactly sure where.
Um, Is that what's causing the hole in the sky?
I assume that's what it looks like. Oh, something's wrong with my normal calculation.
Exciting.
Yeah.
I think it's time for another one of my favorite stupid hacks, and that is that I'm just gonna have like the floor object being drawn relative to the player's position, and that's going to solve several problems at once.
Alright, I'm using a hack as well. Solve my problem. That's how you know it's a good jam game.
Tis the way of the game jam.
Yeah. Hey, it worked though. Alright. So now I probably want to add some objects. Something to do in this empty world.
Who needs that?
Right.
Okay, we have sort of a sky. We have water balloons. I think perhaps next I should have them like break upon impact or something. That seems like a logical step, right?
Yeah,
Hey, Snyder just joined the YouTube chat. Or sorry, Snitter. I always mispronounce it at first. Water balloons. How is your real life adventures going today, Snitter? Absolutely excellently. Better than my game jam project. Is it turning into what I envisioned? Well, here's the fun part. I didn't envision anything. I just sort of had the idea for water balloons at like 3 in the morning last night, and today it turned into a game. Sort of.
That's how you do it right there.
Of course. Alright. At first I thought you were throwing the balloons too slowly. Now I feel like you're throwing them way too hard, because you click the button and they go sailing like completely across the map, which isn't really a help. Alright, I really should make something happen when these break, though. Um... I am going to be going with good old-fashioned, like, tiny mesh particles with this. And it's gonna look terrible, but it's a jam game, so it's allowed to do that.
I just like how my code gradually gets more and more insane as the jam goes on.
Does it ever not?
I mean, I think at the very beginning it like is readable.
I mean,
And
does it
it's
ever
just
not get more and more insane?
oh right, yeah. It just drifts into. I mean, some people like Patrick can write clean code.
Speaking of which, I haven't
Also,
checked in on him in a few minutes. Let's see what he's doing.
yeah, I bet
Ooh,
you he's like a very clean, readable example at the end of it.
he's actually got seaweed going in his water world. That's living large.
That is too cool.
I didn't actually see how much of it he has. I just saw like code for generating what looks like a seaweed mesh.
Yeah, he just posted a picture or something.
Did he?
That's
Oh yes, he
sweet.
does.
Oh man.
Um, let's see. So it turns out these water particles, I think, will make sense to make them look a lot like water balloons, but maybe without the behavior that they will burst into more things when they hit something.
Yeah, I actually haven't checked on your project at all yet. I gotta do that. Ooh, Gizmo has some spheres and some cubes.
Does he?
And like,
Let's have a look. Oh, I missed that when I was looking at Patrick's thing. Let me
yeah.
make this bigger. Fancy. All right, you got proper shading in there. What was I gonna do 2 seconds ago?
Can you share the link to your stream?
Um, did I forget to do
Just,
that? Let's see.
oh yeah. YouTube Live. Oh, and there's an ad. Nice. Just what I needed.
Thanks, YouTube. Um, so if the water balloons got a color with like a random hue, water particles should probably just get like a variation of blue, right?
That seems reasonable.
So that'll be something like that. And oh no, that wasn't what I wanted to do at all.
Oh, great. Negative y is up, which I guess is true in normal game maker stuff, but
Was that what your what the issue was?
it's an issue.
It's an issue.
One of many.
Slowly going down the list and picking off all the issues.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure there's going to be issues in the end. Anyhow.
A whole exotic zoo of issues.
Yeah. You just have to accept it and embrace it.
I do love the random range functions.
Yeah. That's where it's at.
So I guess I got the colors wrong for the water particles that burst out of the balloon, so now it looks like they're exploding into confetti.
Oh, that's cool. How are you doing the particles?
So there is just a little rectangle shape for a vertex buffer, and from there it's basically the same thing as the balloons. They're getting a random color assigned to them.
Nice.
I almost want to leave it like that, except I think I did say the theme would be water, so I should probably at least pretend to stick with it. Also, I accidentally removed the like collision on on the water balloons so they don't break when they hit walls anymore. Oops. So how is your project going?
It's going. Sort of. I now have a spherical player walking on water.
Gizmo just posted a new thing. That is fascinating, Gizmo. I have no idea how you accomplished that.
I gotta check it out.
Was that on purpose or was that an accident?
Yo, that is crazy.
Definitely meets the rainbow criteria, I think.
Man, that is intense.
It was an accident.
I'm not
I
sure
mean,
what's
you
going
don't
on.
have to tell anyone that it was an accident. You could tell everyone that it was totally on purpose.
Life hack. I use that all the time.
It's like a Splatoon but cooler. Okay, so now this actually sort of looks like water when you throw the balloons, which is closer to the intended design. That's where you're headed in your head, Splatoon stuff. Mr. PR, you can always start now and you can just like finish on your own 2 hours later. There was someone else who said they also got up a little late. This isn't like a jam that people will be judged intensely by, I think.
No, you will be judged for your 4-hour entry. Alright, I think I'm gonna have to settle for fake collisions. I don't have time for the real deal.
Fake collisions.
Yeah.
I am also doing fake collisions.
It's just gonna, look like it's colliding, but it's not gonna actually do anything. Oh boy.
My fake collisions are of the variety of like it's 2D collisions and it's just pretending that if it hits the top of an object that it breaks.
There you go. Yeah, that was one of the situations I was thinking of where move and collide would actually be useful, like in 3D. Throwing together a jam game, you can have basic collisions using a 2D system, and for most things, that should be good enough.
Honestly, the like 2D collisions plus check if your Z is above the object Z is how are 3D collisions in GameMaker were done for a long time until people started actually thinking about like collision math and P3DC and that sort of stuff.
All right.
Alright, I'm having actually way too much fun just throwing balloons and watching them break. I should probably move on now.
That's a good sign, though.
If
Alright,
nothing
we're about
else, I've got balloon confetti.
Yeah, that's more than I have. We're about at the 2-hour mark now.
We're about at halftime. Okay. I want to see what Patrick is doing. Patrick, run your game. I want to see it. I'll put him on my other screen so that I can look over and see when he runs the game, and then I'll put it back on the main screen. Are you making like an infinite runner or something with like running on water, like a
Yeah,
surfing game or
basically.
something?
Yeah, kind of.
Because I'm looking at the screenshot you posted and I'm thinking like surfing up and down the sides of that mountain slash water slash wave slash whatever it ends up being.
Yeah. Yeah, the problem is right now everything's like the same material.
Mm-hmm.
So I might have to do something about that. But yeah, that's kind of the plan here. If there was a plan.
At some point, I accidentally changed the shading on this balloon back to smooth. I probably should. I mean, back to flat. I probably should make that smooth.
Mhm. D3D smooth shading.
Yeah,
I can't remember what it was exactly called, but something like that.
I think it was like D through D set shading, and if you didn't know what that meant, you just didn't know what that meant, and the manual wasn't that much help because, of course, it wasn't. It took me
There
like
you go.
4 years to figure out what that function did,
I
and
still
then
don't really know how that works. Like, it must have a different variant of all the D3D functions.
hmm
And that,
I I know that it was deprecated in like GMS1,
yeah.
and I don't know how GameMaker 8 did 3D stuff. I think it was actually like using like DirectX 8 and not DirectX 9 plus like fake DirectX 8 like it like compatibility scripts did. So maybe
Hmm.
there was just like a function called the DirectX 8 to like do some fixed function magic that would do smooth shading.
Yeah, it could be.
And here, of course, I am just using the model converter thing that I made to turn it into a vertex buffer that has a button that says set smooth shading, which is a little bit less mysterious.
I'm just surprised that there are enough of us to do this sort of thing.
I saw there are currently 17 people signed up for this one, which is like, that's a lot. I like that.
Yeah,
I was expecting
like
like six.
when you think about 3D in Game Maker and then
Mm-hmm.
only 4 hours, like that just cuts out so many boxes, and yet here they are. I think that's awesome.
It looks like Patrick is currently mocking up like a trident or something. I'm gonna have to keep an eye on that. Do love me some throwing spears.
Yeah.
Um,
I'm currently trying to fix mistakes that I've created. And that is taking the majority of my time. So,
I am, as
no.
always, my own worst enemy when it comes to game dev.
What in the world? Can't even fathom what's going on here. Probably should be focused on other stuff, but if I can get this working, it would be cool. That's part of the problem is, it would be cool. So,
Deciding what to prioritize your attention to.
yeah. It's like but it would be neat though. So now I want to do it.
Maybe that can be the next jam. Just um, do the most like ridiculous, cool but also pointless thing you can think of.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of how these things tend to go. It's like just an
Inevitably,
excuse to try crazy things.
just
You
make
know,
something weird.
yeah, with a 4 hour time frame, you can't really expect much, and so people
Maximize
don't
the
judge.
weirdness in 4 hours.
Yeah, people don't judge you as much when you mess things up.
Okay, so I now have these disco ball things that are my targets.
Sounds lit.
Which I guess does play into the rainbow theme as well, but that wasn't intentional, and I don't know if I want to keep them disco balls.
Oh, okay. I'm finally making progress again. That took me forever to figure out what was going on.
What is your current status?
What's what?
What is your current status? Do you have like an updated like screenshot or anything? Oh, that's a someone
Oh,
made a boat.
uh,
Alex made a boat floating on
yeah.
top of the oil slash water slash
There's
Splatoon.
not much for me to show at this point. Oh, nice. Yeah.
Splatoon does something fun with the ink that I really like want an excuse to do, and that's that like the ripples in it are just purely done by normal maps. And like
Oh,
when you swim through the ink, you modify the normal map, and the ink, whatever mesh it uses, stays the same.
hmm.
I want to like
One
find
of
an excuse to play around with a mechanic like that.
yeah. One of the things I can't resist in doing is having like the waves push up against the shoreline.
Mm-hmm.
Like whenever I'm doing it in a shader, I always have to do that because I don't know, that's hard to do any other way, when you're not in a shader.
To do
So,
like sea foam and stuff.
I don't usually bother with that. I might, but just basically just have it ripple up against the shore. I
Hmm.
mean, I post a picture in a second. As soon as man. Yeah, there's well, hold on. Okay, yeah, there's a picture of what I'm talking about.
Um. Oh, so those little the little ripple waves when
Yeah,
they get bunched up by the shore.
and that's something like when you have assigned distance field for the terrain, it's like
Mm-hmm.
pretty easy to do.
Because you can just
But
measure how close you are to the terrain.
yeah,
SDF
but
sound
otherwise,
interesting.
otherwise it's like tricky. I kind of want the terrain to not look like rainbows, but I also should probably be focusing on making things work first. Decisions.
I can probably give these target practice things collision now, can't I? That's a little too big collision. Oh wow. Okay, definitely too big collision.
This is awkward. And that did not do what I intended it to do. There we go. Now I have a little boat capsule thing.
You have a boat?
Yeah. Using signed distance fields, of course.
All right, YouTube chat. We have 2 hours left. Should I make this like? Should I try to spend the remaining time like making enemies that run around and throw balloons back at you? Part of the problem with like that plan is that I have no idea how to make the enemies that are gonna like shoot things at you even like look like something that isn't a sphere.
Yeah, that's
Um,
oh tricky. And then you have to make like some sort of basically AI.
hmm
And
Well, I feel like that wouldn't even be the hard part. I would just probably like have them run around towards the goal, whatever that happens to be, and like if you get within a certain line of sight or radius, or if you're in front of them or whatever, they will huck a balloon at you.
hmm
Oh, Gizmo has a good idea. Snowmen, 3 spheres. Okay, and if you throw a balloon at them, they get hit by the water and melt.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, now we're thinking with portals. Perhaps moving targets with a time limit and a high score goal. High score goal is always a possibility. I think I mentioned at the beginning that I had an idea to make it like a defend your base thing, or capture the flag or whatever. I don't play FPS, so I don't know these things. Um, Something along those lines. But let's see. Maybe if I were to make a few like alternate shapes for like a snowman or something.
The boat is currently floating,
That's
but
definitely the hallmark of a good boat.
considering everything else, I don't know how much it matters.
Perhaps instead of throwing water balloons at you, the snowman can throw like snowballs or something.
Mm.
Hmm.
Yeah, snowman is a great idea. That simplifies things.
Who was it that said that? Was that Gizmo? Good job,
Yeah,
Gizmo. You're really helping me out here.
yeah.
Um, I guess from here it would be a simple task of giving you a little tiny cone for a nose. Someone asked in chat if I would recommend using Model Creator for Game Maker for someone who'd never done 3D modeling before, and that is like 90% of the reason that I am using it is because I have no idea how 3D modeling works. But it's something that can be used quickly and do a good enough job most of the time. Okay, so the snowman now has a carrot for a nose. Um, what else does snowman have? Like eyes? Oh, I should give it a top hat, shouldn't I?
Oh yeah, maybe a scarf.
Maybe a scarf. That one might be a bit beyond my capabilities.
Yeah.
Um, I need a cylinder. See, like what I'm doing here is I'm just like using basic geometric shapes and turning it into something that looks like an object. Let's see, that is the brim of the hat, I think. And okay, so we have the snowman, we have the hat, we have the eyes, nose. What's next? Little sticks for arms.
Yeah, probably. Seems reasonable.
You gotten any snow up there yet this year, XOR?
Yes, actually quite a bit. Finally.
We got like a tiny amount a couple days before Christmas and like nothing since, which is a little unusual.
Yeah, Christmas was kind of exciting. A couple days before Christmas, it was like um, uh, 8 degrees out and 50-mile-an-hour winds, and our power went out.
Ooh.
So, yeah, it was kind of rough. So the house was really cold. The house got down to like 40 degrees inside. Which is not supposed to happen.
That's a good time to put on layers, I guess.
Yeah, for sure. But then had snow on Christmas, and it was mild weather, so I consider that good. I was trying to have it so that the boat gets pushed away by the barriers on the edge of the map, but I accidentally inverted the value, so it got pulled in towards it, and just you shoot off into infinity. That was great.
If I had more than 4 hours, I would like do some transforms on the snowman's arm to make him throw snowballs at you, like animate throwing snowballs at you. But I have a feeling that's not going to work in the time constraint. Let's see if I'm good enough at this to give him like a scarf like you suggested.
Yeah, I've been trying to learn 3D modeling recently.
Mm-hmm.
I'm making my own like chess-like game, kind of. That's the easiest way to describe it. And
So you're modeling chess pieces and stuff?
yeah, well, I ended up getting a little carried away and started making like full characters and stuff, like miniatures. And that's been challenging, but it's also been fun. So I only have like 2 of them done so far, but
And then you gotta give all the chess pieces like their own personality.
exactly. Yeah, each one is going to have their own set of moves, and it's going to be interesting.
And they'll judge you if you make a bad move.
Yeah. One of the things I thought was kind of neat is I wanted it so that both players bring their own pieces to the game. So, like, for example, I might have a troll guy and my opponent might have an N. And so I get 1 N and 1 troll, and then they get 1 N and 1 troll. So it's like naturally balancing. And then every player that you play against will be a slightly different game.
So like chess but a CCG?
Yeah. Yeah, a little bit different. Oh, yo.
You do
Gizmo's
something
got,
cool?
Like,
Let's have a look.
that is really cool.
Oh, you are doing Splatoon.
Dang, son. So I'm assuming...
See, this is what I would have done if I was braver.
Yeah. So he must be doing a 2D surface and then stretching it upwards, because I was wondering how you do it in 3D. But you just have to treat it like it's a 2D surface, and that makes everything easier.
Projecting the paint down on top of the spheres and stuff. Let me get a closer look. I didn't quite see how the paint ended up on the ball. I didn't see if it actually like landed in the correct place or if it just splattered down.
I think it hit the floor beneath it, and then it kind of paints upwards infinitely. Because doing like 3D painting would be a lot more challenging.
Yeah. So Gizmo, you gonna normal map the paint also, the ink, like we were discussing earlier? Alright, the snowman now has a scarf.
Awesome.
Maybe I'll name him after you in the code too.
That'd be awesome. My boat is being problematic.
Is it still not behaving with the sides of the shore?
That's working now, but I'm trying to have it like bob up and down with the waves, and it not liking that.
These snowmen are considerably taller than the player. Which might not be a problem, except they're also taller than like the collision for the balloons. Which means that you can sort of throw the balloon through their top hat and they won't even notice.
Okay.
Let's scale these guys down just a little. Alright, much better. If we ever do a game maker meetup, we've got to act this out in real life, have a water balloon fight.
Oh man. And fight the snowman. Okay, that's sort of working.
Oh
man. Why do I try things like this?
You got a screenshot? Not
I'm
yet.
wondering. Give me a second.
Patrick, every time I look at your stream, you're drawing something in Photoshop. I haven't seen your game in a while. I guess I'll have to like rewatch the VOD of Patrick's stream at the end of this.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna want to see what everybody's doing. Man, really sick of that Discord file size limit. Only 8 megabytes. I'm probably the only one that doesn't have Nitro.
I don't either.
Oh. Yeah, there you go. Simple boat.
That is a boat.
More or less.
Does it bob up and down on the water and everything too? I forget if you said anything about that so far.
Yeah. Yeah, I just got that working now. So I'm closer to having mechanics, actually. Closer.
Alright, we now have HP for these snowmen, so if I hit you with 4 water balloons, you will just die. Sorry.
I was at 11:30 already.
What do we have, an hour and a half left?
Yeah. Not feeling especially confident right now.
Oh no. Alright, I'm going to attempt to do some gameplay now and have these snowmen, like, spawn in instead of just being there. Um... That's unusual.
And my boat is spinning 1,000,000 miles an hour.
I will be very
It's
interested in seeing what that looks like on your recording later.
yeah. I hope I am actually recording. Okay, I just had to double check.
I hate that feeling of paranoia that you either didn't start or that you like accidentally hit a hotkey that ended it an hour ago.
Yeah, that could happen.
I've
That
definitely
would
done
not
that
be
before
fun.
too.
Yeah, I figure with a 4-hour stream, it's probably better to be safe. Okay, why is this not working now? Have you ever tried to like smoothly rotate something and you have to use like angle distance instead of
Um,
interpolation?
yeah.
I don't know why. It seems like every time I do it, I get it wrong the first time. But this time it's acting really strange. Oh, that's why. I'm using degrees instead of radians. Fun.
Oh, is that why it was spinning? Because degrees, you were giving it degrees and it was expecting radians and it was going at like 90 times the expected
Yeah,
rate. Or
right.
180 over pi, 60 times the expected rate.
Yeah. It was that, and I had the direction backwards the first time I tried it. So, instead of slowing down, it was speeding up infinitely.
Ah.
Okay. And I got it backwards again. So it's a 50-50. And
Mm-hmm.
yeah. I don't want to have a little guy on the boat, but maybe like maybe a sphere guy or something. Spherical dude.
Like a snowman.
Mm. Snowman on a boat going for a cruise.
Just normal snowman things.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so we will now, I think, have snowmen spawning on these spawners, and I guess the next task is to have them move towards you or something along those lines. Pepper Pony, I swear. I forgot to set up source control for this project. I hope that doesn't come to be something that I regret. Are vertex buffers faster than D through D? Yes.
By quite a lot.
At best, the compatibility scripts for GMS1 are just like vertex buffers with extra steps. And in earlier versions, it's like DirectX 8, which is a technology from 2003. It might actually be older than that. How bad of an idea is the move towards point function? That like sets your speed and direction, doesn't it? Which is kind of icky.
Sorry, what function?
The move towards point function.
Oh, yes, yeah. It's okay.
So like,
I always do it manually, but yeah, you can do the same thing.
I think I can use it to like get the speed and direction, and then like unset the speed and direction, and then just do whatever I want with the variables. That's just extra steps on top of like doing it the long way, isn't it?
Right.
All right, that was a dumb idea. We'll pretend I didn't say that. So I could do real pathfinding, or I could just do like cheating pathfinding, and
Always do cheating pathfinding.
it's the way of the game jam.
It's fun. Yeah. Alright, so I guess you're gonna be sailing through hot chocolate, because why not?
That's basically the same thing as water.
Yeah, right.
I think we'll accept it.
I think that's reasonable. It's a liquid, you know? Yeah, actually, if you hadn't said that, I would have totally forgot that one of the themes is water. Oh well.
Are delta time important in GMS with 2D game, or am I just using it in 3D? I'm just using it out of habit. There's really no reason for me to use it in a game jam game. And also, I guess I like thinking about speeds in terms of units per second instead of units per whatever arbitrary time step, but...
Yeah.
Okay, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to give all these snowmen just like a bunch of arbitrary patrol points. And they'll walk towards those, and there will be no pathfinding whatsoever because I don't have the patience for that right now.
Fair enough. Yeah, I kind of wish a game maker had a few more of those like convenience functions, like for pathfinding and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Just for like things like jams. Like if you're really serious, I know you're not supposed to use all that stuff, but it's always nice to have that as an option.
The NP grids are actually really good. They're just a bit of work to get going.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if I've ever actually really like seriously used them. It's kind of a weird thought. Should have. Okay, that chocolate mountain is orange. With a chocolate liquid. Oh boy.
So now what are we doing? We're having a boat sail through orange juice.
Apparently, what is going on? Forgot what color, uh, like how to do brown in RGB color.
It is a like muddy orange, which
Yeah,
I don't remember how to do
do like
either.
orange, do orange, but just make it like really dark.
Yeah.
Uh,
What even is orange? A little bit of a lot of
it's
red,
kind
a little bit
of,
of green, and like a tiny amount of blue.
yeah, yeah, mostly red, a little bit of green, and then I got pretty good at just like picking RGB colors off the top of my head.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, I can't do it very well under pressure, though. Okay.
Okay.
More chocolatey. Too red, I think.
So let's see. I think I'm going to have the snowman move towards the nearest waypoint, or if there are like multiple in a small area, move to a random one. And that's going to be what I'm going to call pathfinding.
Seems fair.
Hmm.
Does not look like hot chocolate.
Oh dear.
Oh my, that is very distasteful.
What color have you made it now?
It's like puke.
Oh
It's
no.
puke. Okay, that's slightly better.
Oh, Patrick has this cool looking octopus, which I
Oh,
guess is going to
wow.
be a character in this game. Oh, Patrick, you making NPCs now? Or is that just an enemy? I
That
don't know
is
why
good.
I'm talking to him as if he can just answer me because
Yeah, is
we,
he watching your stream?
I don't think so. He's streaming himself and he looks very intensely focused and I don't want to bother him. Should get him in this call. We'd spend at least 50% of it just goofing off with us instead of making his game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think I can focus better when I'm not on a call at the same time, but
But this is
whereas,
significantly more fun.
yeah, it is definitely. Like, I consider it. I'm like, how serious do I want to be?
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, yeah, it's just more fun this way. Yeah, do it this way. If my game sucks a little bit more because of it, that's fine. You know, because bad games are actually good in the way. They're just entertaining.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's too. Hot chocolate is too shiny. You know, I had fun with reflections, but that's just too much. One of the issues is once I like start using ray marching, I feel like I really gotta use all the features that it can do. So I gotta do like cool reflections and shadows and things like that, but that also all takes time to do, to implement. Okay, now I'm gonna make the sky vibrant again.
That snowman is going somewhere, and I don't know where. Oh, I totally sorted the waypoints that they're going to in reverse order, didn't I? So he's going to the one that's like farthest away. Excellent AI there, game. Or you know what might have happened is that he just never stops when he gets to the destination.
He's on a mission to go somewhere. Who knows where? Alright, 1 hour left. And 0 gameplay.
Any reason I'm using game get speed instead of the built-in delta time variable? One, habit. Two, because I don't actually like delta time. This is just like compensating for the frame rate of the game. I'm not gonna like compensate for the game lagging because that opens up an entire different like set of problems that I don't feel like solving. But again, for a jam game, there's no reason for me to do this at all. This is just habit. The game crashed. Why did it crash? Oh, right. Mm. Okay, so we have snowman navigation. All right. That worked on not the first try, but maybe the third try, which is still better than I expected. We can make this a little more interesting, of course. Probably should not be moving as fast. They should probably face the direction they're moving in. They probably should like pause between waypoints so that it looks like they're thinking about where they're going to go next. All right, have fun. um.
All right, 1 hour left.
This is the final stretch, huh?
Mm-hmm. How are you feeling?
Uh, I can probably get gameplay in here in an hour, unless something goes horribly wrong soon.
Oh yeah,
How
gameplay.
how are you doing? Oh, that's interesting. If the snowman like runs into you, then they you get stuck as the player because their collision is going to like overlap yours until they pass by. That's a bit of a problem. I should probably do
I'm
something
doing what
about
I
that.
usually do. I'm doing what I usually do, which is lots of shader fun, not a lot of gameplay. Okay.
Does like Shader Toy or anything ever do just shader jams?
Shader Toy does have some
Have you ever done
games.
one?
No, but yeah, some people have written like Minecraft purely in shaders,
Hmm.
and that's just insane. You got to store like all of the state of the entire game, your position, everything in pixels on a buffer, which is basically like a surface in Game Maker.
I was thinking like you'd have to like put the game state in some kind of texture that you could read.
Right. Yep. That's basically it. And every variable is stored that way. So I don't know why people do that, but people don't know why I do what I do. So fair.
I have a lot of people asking me that. I don't think I'm in a position to ask people why they're doing something. Unless
Yeah.
it's D3D, I will ask people why they are still using D3D.
There you go. I mean, that's something that you've done once, and you
Hmm.
don't do that anymore.
I think I
So
might have
you're in
just offended like 5 different people in my YouTube chat. Maybe I should have rethought that.
the. Yeah.
The one advantage that D3D does have is that it was simple and it was easy to get into because there were only like 10 functions in the whole system.
Right.
But alright, these snowmen are walking around in a satisfactory manner. um, I did say that I would have them throw snowballs or something at you in return, didn't I?
That's true. Yeah.
And I still need some kind of goal.
Yeah. That's often a good idea.
I just realized that the snowman spawner is off-center. Do I care? Not at this point. Maybe later if I have time to go back and fix it.
All right, so I gotta quickly add a score system. so that there's something. And then I'm basically just going to have it so that score is how far you make it along the path. I wanted to do something a little more interesting. I wanted to have like waterfalls and stuff, but
maybe maybe next time for the 5-hour game jam.
Yeah.
Next time we do this, do you want to increase the time again, or do you like 4 hours?
I think I'll have to think about it a little bit more once it's done and just kind of see how it feels. But I have a feeling that 4 hours is about as high as I want to go. Just because this is something I can fit in a day and then do other things afterwards. It's a lot harder to justify longer and longer time chunks. Like I did that 24-hour Minecraft challenge, and that was fun, but I just haven't really had the time to do that again. It's a lot harder to justify it.
I wonder if like you could maybe like if you really wanted to do a lot of these sorts of events, run say the 4-hour ones, and then for people who want to get a little more into it, like a 6-hour one once in a while.
Actually, even just having an extension would be kind of cool. It's like you do it, there's a 4-hour challenge, and then you can push it to 6 hours or 8 hours or something like that to polish it.
The new game plus of the game jam.
Yeah.
New jam plus.
Yeah. With the 1 hour jam, I actually kind of did that because I made the game in 1 hour, and I'm like, this is not very playable. I barely had time to test it. So then I ended up revisiting it and making a 2.5-hour version, and that was just like significantly better. So there's something cool about having the limitations of you're trying to make it in 4 hours, but then you have an additional time period to just kind of polish and add the things that you wanted to add.
Someone in the YouTube chat brought up the problem with the 4-hour jam is that the 4-hour window is good for like people in our time zone, but isn't going to be good for everyone around the world. That's also true.
Yeah.
If it was say 8 hours, someone could realistically like get 6 hours in Europe, but also 6 hours in like California or something on the other end.
Yeah. Yeah, it could.
Which would also be like an argument for just making the time different, like have the jam start at like midnight our time, so that people in, for example, Australia or whatever, Hong Kong or something could participate.
I know that we tend to be, I think we are generally earlier than most people, which is why I wanted to do it, at an early hour for us, so it'd be midday.
In Europe?
Yeah, in Europe. Because if we did it late at night, for example, if we did it at midnight, I think it would be like 5 in the morning for them. So that
but at the same time, starting 9 a.m. here would be 6 a.m. in California, which is a big ask on a Saturday.
Yeah, that's true. Okay. All right, we have a score system.
We have a score system?
More or less.
Okay, so I'm looking at Patrick's stream, and I see he's got his trident that he is shooting lasers at the octopus with. He's getting really into it. Oh, there are rainbow lasers too, or rainbow projectiles. So that's his two things.
It's nice. Yeah, the switching perspective theme is going to be quite a bit harder, I think, to implement.
I feel like if that was the only one that I was focusing on, it would be doable.
Yeah. I kind of want to quickly throw together like a perspective shifting thing where you
Mm-hmm.
can like zoom in, zoom out. I might do something like that at the end, but for now, I need to make stuff happen.
Mm-hmm.
I need to make some kind of gameplay or something. It is far too late to focus on that.
Let's see. I need to make these guys throw snowballs. And I need to make it do something when they hit the player. I feel like I made the throwing code for this thing like completely stupid, but it's also gonna work. Let's see if I can get these guys to target me. Well, I
You
can get
got
them
them
to
what?
look at me.
Oh, nice. Perfect.
we actually gonna get combat in here? They're throwing the snowballs and they're just colliding with themselves. Oops. That was an accident. Maybe those should not collide with things that water balloons can collide with or themselves. If I have time later, I'll polish that up.
Oh, Z. Oh my gosh. Oh no.
Huh?
I mixed up my Y's and my Z's in the variables.
Oh boy, that's gonna take a minute to fix.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna worry about that another time and just leave it. But
Leave it for New Jam Plus.
yeah. Unfortunately, I have to leave after this.
Oh,
Otherwise, I'm tempted to do an extension and kind of wrap things up more, but friend got a house and I gotta help work on that.
Real life.
Yeah,
Constantly getting in the way of plans.
yeah. What is this world coming to? Real life.
These guys really have aim that's too good. I should probably have them, like, miss sometimes. I'm being harassed by a snowman.
Alright, Candy Mountain. I kind of want to add a bunch of, like, rainbow candies all along the mountainside. So the
Candy
boat
Mountain.
is currently same color.
I will look at that as soon as I see if this guy throws snowballs at me. Okay, so I'm getting hit by snow. It's still drawing the water balloon, which I don't really like, or at least it's coloring the snowball anyway. Peppermint.
Mm-hmm.
Peppermint and a chocolate fudge river.
Yeah.
Gizmo has an enemy.
Kind of is making me hungry.
Gizmo, you have discovered an infinite fountain of printer ink. You should monetize that. The most valuable substance in the known universe, printer ink. I suppose I could leave the snowballs that the snowmen throw at you, Rainbow, and have that fill the criteria as well, but... Okay. This kind of feels like the first one of these micro jam games that I made, except a lot more polished.
Yeah, a lot of my games end up being kind of like a runner of some sort, endless, whatever.
I remember the asteroids one that you made.
Yeah, that's the easiest way to do it if you're going the shader route. Like, it's a lot harder to have like geometry and collisions and things like that all in one piece. And so doing it that way, where you have a limited number of obstacles, is easier.
Let's see. So I learned this the hard way the last time I did an itch.io game jam, but you have to like create a page for your game and as you submit the project, and that takes a few
Oh,
minutes to set up. So I would say that at like 12:50 I should wrap it up, and you might want to also so that you have time to create the page and submit it.
yeah. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna actually bump the page. I'm gonna bump the submission date a little back.
You can do that after it's started.
I think so. Let me check.
Hmm.
End date. Yeah, I'm gonna just bump it back like 20 minutes for submissions.
But yeah, I tried to do Game Maker's. I think it was the Neon Jam like a year ago on Itch, and then I tried to submit it at like 2 minutes prior to the deadline, and that turned out to not work because I had to create a page and upload the game to the page, and by the time I did that, I was like 30 seconds over.
Okay, yeah, I just added 20 minutes. So
Okay.
it's a 20-minute period for submitting. Obviously, you probably don't want to. Well, ideally, you wouldn't want to use it for like bug fixing and stuff. But
Hmm.
you know,
I guess what you can do if you want is like work on the game up to 12 o'clock, submit it, and then once you've done that, you can go back for last minute emergency fixes. And I think it
yeah,
lets you
exactly.
like just do that.
Yeah, yeah. I always like that having a little bit of a period of
Hmm.
extra time.
So it's what is it? The 4 hour mark is when like the master copy for a cert is due, and then after that it's just the day zero patch for the game.
Yeah, exactly.
Um, so there should probably be some kind of goal, and I think I'm gonna go with my like defend and or destroy the base idea, and I don't know, the snowman can come for your like gingerbread house or whatever if we're gonna go with that theme. This entire game makes no sense, but I'm just gonna have to live with that.
Yeah, I know how it goes. My variable names are just gradually getting worse and worse.
Of course.
Can't be bothered to be naming variables right now. I have ball and ball P for the position. Oh man, I don't know. Let's see. 2. Kind of wish I didn't add a few magic variables here and there, but it's too late to be changing it now.
Hmm.
Like the terrain is offset by 1, so it's 1 unit higher than I want it to be, but too late to change that. Shaders are awesome.
Indeed.
I just made a million little candies for fun.
Okay, we have the player's
Yeah.
health drawn on the screen. That's good.
What's that?
We have the player's health being drawn on the screen. That's a step in the right direction.
Oh, that's great.
Of course, it can go negative, which is not something that usually happens in games, but we'll work with it. There's one snowman who's spawning and just like getting stuck there, probably because I did not set up the waypoints correctly. And I'm gonna have to fix that.
All right, the candies are appearing and disappearing. This is fine.
That is indeed a lot of candy. Those are, I guess if we're sticking on theme, are those like gumdrops or something?
I'm not sure exactly what they are, but I'm just gonna make them like rainbow colored because that's probably about all I got time.
Someone in the stream chat just asked, is Game Maker good for 3D?
No.
Weird question to ask a bunch of nerds who just spent 4 hours doing it.
Yeah, I mean it's
good if you like hard restrictions.
Yeah,
That's the conclusion that I think we usually come to.
I think there's more potential than people realize, and it's good for learning 3D. Actually, it's good, but it's certainly not ideal, and it's backwards. So if you want to be backwards brain like us, then do it. But I wouldn't say it's the worst way to learn. It's certainly not the worst.
Let's see if I have fixed the snowman navigation.
I'm starting to get to panic zone. In the last 30 minutes here.
You mean that wasn't the whole jam?
Now it's for real though.
Alright, I have fixed the snowman issue. That's a positive. Should I really torment the player and just have them spawn infinitely? Because currently only 4 will spawn, but I could just have another one spawn every couple of seconds.
That sounds fun. Is it like a survival game where you just try to survive as many waves as possible?
Or... if I run out of time, I'll do that, but I want to have like I don't know, maybe you have to like knock down, like throw balloons at the gingerbread house and melt it or something goofy like that. Okay, I won't make them spawn infinitely, but I'll make the limit something like 50. And I'm going to run the game, and I'll leave that up just because I do want to see what it looks like with 50 snowman all running around and throwing things at you.
Yeah, that sounds fun.
Alright, so let's just move that game over to the other screen for a minute. They spawn in every 4 seconds. I think every 4 seconds, so it'll take a minute and 3.5 minutes for them all to be there. Hmm.
Dang it. Why is this not working? Hmm.
Now some of the snowmen are like Z fighting with each other because they're trying to go to the same location, and it's getting weird.
Sweet.
Okay, YouTube chat. What should the player be defending against the onslaught of snowmen?
It's gotta be something like water or
Something that would
window.
be like reasonably affected by water balloons, or defending and or knocking down. Either will work.
Yeah.
So we can go either way on that.
I'm not sure.
If you want to knock it down, I guess it could be a sand castle.
Hmm.
I have negative 250 health because these guys just keep wailing on me. But I do really like the way it looks. A sunflower wearing a sun hat.
Hmm.
Let's see, I think I can make a sunflower. Um... That might be something like...
Dang it! This is awesome. This is also. I can't talk. Almost cool, but then there's something that's just not working. I'm just split in half for some reason. Candy, and I'm not sure.
This is an incredibly inefficient sunflower polygon wise, but I'm in a hurry here. $1,600 triangles for a sunflower? Sure, why not? Um,
Oh, there we go.
Fixed it.
Yep, finally fixed it. There are other artifacts, but I can't be bothered to focus on that right now.
Valid.
So now I just gotta make them actually do the thing that they're supposed to do.
Alright, so that's the flower part of the sunflower. Now, I guess I need like a stem and leaves or something. This thing is way too many polygons.
20 minutes.
20 minutes. Alright, 2,000 triangles for a sunflower. That's rather excessive, and I don't care.
Hmm.
I just have to get it in the game, and we plausibly have something that we're defending.
As you can probably tell, I'm pretty focused right now.
Yeah. This is stretch time, and I think I won't bother you for just a few minutes. Oops.
really hate what I'm about to do. I'm copying and pasting shader code and recreating it in GML so that the collisions can match up.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I was about to say, why does it look like these sunflowers are unlit? And then I realized that they are, but the color of the petals is just like a dark yellow instead of a bright yellow because I didn't think about what I was doing when I made it 5 minutes ago. And it's too late for me to go back and fix it. There are about 10 to 15 minutes left.
Yeah.
Person in chat who said that, depending on how generous you are with the deadline. Um. All right, so I'm going to want.
Not good.
Uh-oh. What is causing the issue?
I'm just trying to get collisions with the candy as a kind of obstacle thing.
As a thing to avoid?
Yeah.
Why on earth would you want to avoid candy?
It's massive and it will crush you.
Oh, well.
Basically.
If I had to pick a way to die, that wouldn't be a bad one, alright?
Yeah, true. Alright. Okay, I actually may have just fixed it. Oof. 3 minutes. I think I'm gonna go a little over just to wrap it up.
I hope I will be done in 3 minutes. This is the last thing I want to do. I've added a bit of code for the snowman to throw things at the base. And... oh, the base doesn't have a hitbox, does it? I should probably do that. I also tried to add code so that it, like, speeds up the spawning as time goes on.
That's what I did. Well,
and I hope that works, because if it doesn't work, I'll just delete it. Because I got 2 minutes left. I need the base to have collision. I also set it so that only 50 will spawn in total. And then when that finishes, then you win. Oh no. And there's also no lose condition. Yeah, because you can just go negative health, which is probably not ideal.
just do what I do and just restart the room.
Yeah, I can probably get away with that too, because there's no, like, crazy data structures being created that would be a problem with that.
Yeah.
If you just do game restart here.
Okay, why is this
Alright,
bad?
I definitely should make the snowman, like, miss a little bit once in a while. I have like 30 seconds left, but I think it's okay if I go like a minute over.
Yeah.
See, the snowmen have worse aim than you do. The base has collision. If the player's health goes below 0, they should game restart. And I think if I was gonna do a you win screen, but I think I'll just like do a show message box when the last snowman dies.
No. Collision stopped working. What the heck?
At the last possible second, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's 1 now. Alright, I'm just gonna fix the collisions and then upload it. Shoot. What is it now?
Alright, hopefully this will be the last change I need to make, although it is going to take me like 5 minutes to test this to make sure that it's winnable, isn't it?
That's what I'm doing right now, is just testing.
I guess that's what the, Snowman, your aim sucks. I guess that's what the 20-minute grace period is for.
Yeah. Bug fixing and things.
Alright. No, your aim sucks. You hit me 3 times.
I'm thinking now, I just want to wrap it up a little bit better, so I think I am going to make a post-jam version at some point. I can't do it right now, but at some point I want to tweak it up a little bit.
There's a couple of things that I'd like to do, just both visual things like making the snowmen like break into pieces when they die, or at least particles, and like having a little bit more tension, like you have a finite supply of water balloons, and if you run out, you have to go get more or something. But that's very much not a problem for right now. As a bit of a fun fact, one of the jam themes that I considered was something like dodgeball, and then I decided that like water was less stupid, and then I guess I ended up making a dodgeball game anyway. I'm also considering speeding up the spawning because they're not spawning as fast late as I thought they would. They are spawning faster, but not to the extent that I died. Now I'm gonna have to test this from the beginning again.
Alright, 104. That's close.
Oh, you know what doesn't happen? Oh, I got a game crash.
No. Were you about to say it doesn't crash?
No, I was gonna say what doesn't happen is nothing happens if, like, the snowmen take out your base.
Oh.
Why does that crash? That shouldn't crash. The amount of snowmen remaining was increasing? It shouldn't be. It should be going down. Let me get a look at that. Because that value doesn't go up anywhere, I don't think. Unless it was just drawing the wrong value to begin with. Oh, that's because I know why that would be. Because they persisted after the game reset. I think, anyway. I don't actually know the rules of game reset like that because I never use it. Gizmo submitted.
I'm just gonna give the project a name and then.
Should I do the thing that I said in like? Oh, the base doesn't. Oh god. Should I do the thing that I said in like just submit it now and then bug fix later, with the remaining time?
Yeah. Yeah. Sure.
All right. Hopefully the last like 10 minutes or whatever it'll take will be enough to fix whatever problems I have.
Hey, Andy Ravine. That's what I'm calling my game.
I called mine Exor the Snowman.
Oh, man, I wish I thought of, like, you know, stuff like that. Being creative about naming.
Creative about naming? I would have gone more with
Yeah.
desperation.
I don't know. It's just, you make references to things. I just, like, make nonsensical whatever. All right, beginning uploading. Dang, there's a lot of submissions. Holy cow.
Wait a minute, why
How do I submit?
is nothing appearing? Or why is the thing I just posted not appearing in the list when
I can see it. I can see it. So, I mean, there's that. Andy Devine.
the huh. Alright, this is weird. The page that I made isn't appearing in the project list. Unless it already just like automatically went in.
Yeah, because I see it as a submission.
Okay. It didn't tell me that, which is confusing, but okay, I guess that's good enough. So now we do bug fixing.
Yeah.
I do need that other lose condition.
Okay, so I've created the game, and then you have to submit it separately or something? Is that how that works?
Yeah. Does it, I take it shows you the list of things that people have submitted, so you should be able to see your own if it went through or not. Okay, so the base can take damage if a snowman throws things at it.
Can I not submit as a person who created it? There's got to be a way to submit it.
You're not eligible to submit your own thing?
I don't know. I can't find how to do that.
That's no fun.
Yeah, maybe they have like a rigged protection thing. I don't know. I just don't see a button to submit.
Huh.
I'm looking at the submissions, and it's just like edit. How do I submit?
Well, you can submit it in Spirit. Just post your game anyway, even if it's not officially part of the contest. I'm like almost getting good at dodging these snowballs here. But yeah, there's a few things that I would do and change if I had time here.
I see. I never joined my own jam.
Wow. I guess that's not automatic then, huh?
Yeah, I guess not. Andy Ravine. No donations allowed. Please.
Don't tell me what to do.
How do I delete my... Okay. I believe I have it submitted. It's still a draft. Does it? I guess it would have to be public.
I assumed it would, but I think you said that it appeared in the submissions. This is actually really hard. I keep dying. I think we're gonna just leave it at that. Um, I think you said that mine appeared in the submissions before I actually set it to public.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Okay. I believe my entry is in.
if anybody is able to beat this game that I made, then congratulations because I can't.
Dang, there's 8 entries. That's really impressive.
Okay. Let's see. I guess I might as well upload the actual executable also, and I should probably like give it like a page that doesn't look stupid. Um, I'll just like take a screenshot of that and make it the itch cover. So do you want to like spend 20 minutes playing other people's games, or did you say you had to go after this?
Yeah, I have to go. I'm probably gonna check out everything tonight. That's
Mm-hmm.
that's what my plan is. But I gotta eat lunch and head out like any minute now.
I see.
Well,
Um, I might stick around for a few minutes and catch up on whatever's happened in the stream chat for the last half hour because I wasn't really looking at it.
yeah,
Um,
maybe you could go through and play some of them.
if there's 8 submissions, I don't know if I get to like all of them,
Yeah, that's
but I'll play some. Mm.
I've not shared any screenshots in quite a while, so nobody probably knows what it looks like now.
All right, let's see what's happening in the YouTube chat land. Someone asked how the jam is going. I think I might have missed that one a long time ago. Uh, jam went well. Snowman remaining was going up after the reset. I might have fixed that. We'll find out. Make the base snowman number 3 to make it fast to test winning. Yeah, I guess that's an option, but I was in a hurry and I didn't think of that. Gizmo submitted. I did submit the XE and the the project file, both of them. I don't know if
Oh
it really
yeah,
matters.
I just did the zip, but I'm probably gonna do the whole project too. Technically, you don't have to, but whatever.
It's nice to have both, but if you're in a hurry because there's 4 minutes left, just post whatever you can get out and save quickest.
Yeah.
Or just throw the whole thing, in, the whole project folder in a zip, which is basically what a YYZ is anyway. All right, is there a place where I can view the other submissions?
You should be able to on the jam page. Yeah.
Okay. Let's go through each of these one by one. Mine still doesn't have an image. It should. Hang on. Oh, did I not save? Now it has an image. Which one should we start with? The game crashed for one. That's not a good sign.
Oh no.
That didn't take long. Let's see. It looks like an undefined object reference of some sort. I'll get to that after I play some others.
Okay.
All right, go away, Windows Smart Screen. Windows safety screen. All right. All right. This is a very sensitive mouse control. So you also, Patrick also made. Whoa. Oh, hello. Oh, wow. Mouse sensitivity.
All right. Well, I head out anyway.
All right. That was fun.
Yeah. Thanks for participating. That turned out pretty good.
I think someone else got another crash on my game, so I definitely should look at that.
We'll have to see about doing other jams later, but
yes.
Anyway, I'm gonna head now.
All right. Have fun.
See ya.
Oh, Patrick, your mouse sensitivity. Is there a way to like lower that? So that I'm not moving so far every time I move my mouse cursor a tiny amount. This seems to be, this also seems to be a, like, defeat enemies until you can't survive any longer sort of game. Alright, I see another crash message for XOR the Snowman, so I should probably look into that after I either my finger gets tired or until I die. Is that it? Is that any more? Patrick had like a very similar idea to me. There's one more over here. Oh, is that a heart? Is that gonna regenerate me? Oh no. Help. My score is 27. My fingers sore from clicking. Alright. I would not sure if I would recommend studying that code to improve your knowledge because this is very messy code. So let's see. Where is this crash coming from? That answered that question. Oh, did I have a feeling I know what I did, and I have a feeling it's dumb. Okay. That is a small oversight. Alright. So basically the balloons were hitting the base, and the game didn't know what to do with that because it didn't have the code that the method that is run when you do that. And now that I'm back in here, I could take whoever's suggestion that was and just reduce the spawn count to like 5 and see if I correctly win. when I defeat all the snowmen. Just leave that there for a minute. Preemptively export another compressed project. Okay, that's a different crash. Hang on, wait. I didn't figure that would crash. I figured that would just ignore it, but I guess it crashes. These particles are satisfying. I think these came out well. So it seems that the game is no longer going to crash. Oh no, have they not all spawned yet? But I don't think the game is going to crash when the last snowman spawns. And if I can find the last one of you, the game should tell me that I win after this. Alright, great. I think those are the bugs fixed. Splashy, thank you. I'll clear the cache before running again just in case, although that shouldn't really matter because this was just just code, no textures. Okay. Get out of there, get out of there. We can return to the submission page. And I don't know if like this is gonna count towards the jam or not, but alright. So now we can get back to playing other people's games. Paint Platoon. Alright, so this is Gizmo's Splatoon game. Alright, is Gizmo still here? Or did he have to go to do things in real life also? Dino Storm, is that the version that I just uploaded like 2 seconds ago, or is that the old one? Because I might have fixed that also. Oh wow, this is a lot of paint. My instinct tells me to go after you with paint. Yeah, very Splatoon. It is a little weird the way that like if you throw a blob of paint at something on the ground, it'll like color things in the air above it, but I do realize that is a hard problem to solve. Oh, I can hold down the mouse button to continually fire. And it's not like there's a lot of things in the air that will get painted if you're on the ground, because it's mostly just blocks and stuff. Alright. So do I have to just like hit this guy when he's running away? Or have like a majority of the turf covered as in Splatoon? I see I have a score here, and it seems that first one to 100 wins. Okay, so it's really just a matter of painting, covering the ground with paint. All right, and hopefully. Now that most of the ground is filled in, it's getting like hard to find empty space. 1,000. All right, I win. If a player is hit with the other's paint, they can't shoot for a second. Okay, so it's a stun time thing. Gameplay was kind of last minute, indeed. What other submissions are here? Alright, someone added a thumbnail. There's Paint Platoon Boat Game. Let me open that so I can get back to it. Candy Ravine, that one's Exors. Rainbow Land, which I have open in a tab. 3D quote game, which I have open in a tab. Sewers level. Rainbow Water Maze and Patrick's. Okay, so that's all of them. That's all the ones that got submitted. So let's try this one out. This one is Alex's. All right. Everyone called their export like 4H GJ or whatever, and I called mine like Xor the Snowman. This doesn't make it any easier to find out like which one I want to be opening, but I think it's this one. Okay. Find the levers under the water. Press up and down to switch the camera. Alright, so this is the perspective switching. I can only go down. I can't seem to go up. WASD to navigate. Q and E to navigate underwater. Alright, so that makes you go up and down underwater. To get close, to get on the boat, you need to be close to it. Alright. This is the lever. Do I have to activate? I lost. Sorry, did I drown or something? I do like the water effects here. Alright. So if I F to activate the lever, where is the lever? Was just here, wasn't it? I see I'm on a timer and I'm probably gonna lose this one. I could have sworn the lever was just like right here, or at least one of them was anyway. Alright. I've got 35 seconds, so I guess I might as well make use of it. I see one off in the distance, so they're randomly placed or something. I think these might be randomly placed. That was one. Two, and the last one. I can't activate this one. That's weird. What did it say? I can move around. I can move around on the terrain. Oh, can there be levers like under the terrain too or something? Alright, anyway, oh, my time is up. Alright, let me try that again. Let's not waste any more time. I see when I hold shift, the field of view expands. Is there an actual... Does this make you go faster? Like, is this a run button, or is it just the field of view to make it feel like it's going faster? Because it does make it feel like it's going faster. Yeah, this one doesn't seem to want to give me the cursor the way that the other two are. Alright, so these are in different locations, so it does seem to be random. Although they seem to have a thing for bunching up over around here. Yeah, I can't get the cursor to appear all the time. Oh, oops. Dino Storm found another issue, which is that I forgot to bump the snowman count back up to 50 when I was done. All right, I can move through the fence. Oh, I don't have to have the text on the screen to actually activate the levers. All right, do I have to get back to the boat now? In 10 seconds. Where is the boat? All right, let me make another hotfix to this thing. Oh, several of these problems could have been avoided if I was just more careful about what I submitted. Okay. Hopefully this is the final version of the gem version. Rainbow Water Maze. I have not done this one. Alright, let's try this one. I don't know how many of these I'm going to get through. I don't think I'm going to get through all of them because I likewise want to go eat something. The collision of the levers is so small. What do you do after that? Because after that, it didn't really tell me what I had to do. I tried to find the boat, but there wasn't much time left at that point. Windows Smart Screen. Alright, so we have tank controls here. Alright, so I need I have an oxygen bar here, it seems. And this is a maze, I think. Alright, and I lose. Okay. So it looks like I just have to like find my way through the maze. I went this way the first time and it was a dead end, I think. So I have to remember like the steps I took the first time. This is hard. I guess I could also let the oxygen meter refill when I like get out. Okay, so here's another path. I think I might have been one away from the exit. All right. No. All right. This is hard. This one doesn't have a YYZ either, so I can't like open it up to pick through it and see what I have to do. I should probably close the ones I played already. This is a different 4H 3D GM zip file. So who in oh wow, okay, this is definitely not performing super well on my 1060. Alright, but I have to dodge the things. Who else in chat has submitted a game? I know Gizmo did. I know Alex did. Okay, so I can like run. Hold down the button to run. Am I going backwards? It says distance traveled 0. We're definitely getting probably about 20, maybe 18 frames per second here. Alright, so now the distance counter is going up and the spheres are moving. The ones that I believe Exor said he had to implement at the last possible second. Ooh. I should probably look down so I can see exactly where the boat is. Let's see, is this going to speed up the farther I go? Like, is there going to be a higher density of chocolate balls that are trying to kill me? It looks like there are. I think. I don't know. The boat definitely has some inertia. Like when you turn, you don't change direction instantly. Which, okay, my record is 311 meters. The best candy sewage I've seen. You should leave that as a review on his game. Anyway, yeah, you have to turn a little bit before you think you have to turn here because the boat has some inertia, which I guess is how boats work. But let's see if I can get to 500 meters this time. I feel like that's reasonable now that I've got a grip on the controls. Unfortunately, I don't think I can zoom the camera out, which would be make things a little easier. I gotta ask him if the obstacles are speeding up the farther along you get, or if that's just my imagination. I think they did in his other Infinite Runner jam game that he did a while ago. Oh, that's too bad. All right. How much load is my GPU under right now? Actually, only about 20%. Or is that just because it doesn't have focus, or it's not looking into the distance or whatever? Ah, yeah. All right, you can't see it now, but when I look off into the distance, GPU usage spikes. I should be reviewing these, shouldn't I, or rating them or whatever. Impressiveness, like I don't want to give anyone a bad grade because this was done in 4 hours, which is hard. Completeness, I feel like that's complete. Impressiveness, it's like I said, how mean can you be in a jam game like this when you only have 4 hours? Like it certainly works. It's hard. This is a hard game. This one, I feel like I should be harder on Patrick because he's like been around 3D Game Maker forever. But I do like the octopus. I guess octopoly because there are multiples. Rainbow and water. There could have been more rainbow. I give him a 4 on the themes. Completeness. I did finish it. So I guess it has a beginning and an end, so that's complete. Impressiveness. We'll give him a 3 there also. Did I post comment? I do need to post a comment. This one. This was impressive. Like it didn't have like a lot of gameplay. But the painting mechanic was pretty up there. And it did do the okay, so you put the controls down here as well. It did do the rainbow and the water theme. So you get a passing grade for that, Gizmo. This one I didn't play yet. How many more are there? Can I actually rate this one? I can rate this one. Okay. I mean, again, I feel like I should be harder on Exor because he's Exor and he's been doing this forever. I don't know if that's fair or not. I'll give him 5 out of 5. Completeness. How do you even rate the completeness of an infinite runner? And water and rainbow. We got the water and the rainbow. I'll put my high score here too, just in case anybody else wants to compare. I haven't been doing that for the other ones, and I don't remember what my high score for the other ones were. This one is oh, this one's Bart. I didn't know he was participating. He's been around 3D Game Maker forever too. All right. Let's play this one. There's not that many left. I guess I'll go through the other ones too. Um, Windows may have just crashed. Windows Explorer just crashed trying to open that zip. It wasn't that big, was it? While we're waiting, I'll download that. Invalid upload? Okay, so they must have re-uploaded it or something. Sewers level, I don't remember if I downloaded that one already. That one's a YYZ, and boat game. I like the water. I'm gonna say the water was pretty impressive. Completeness, I really don't know what I have to do, so I'm only gonna give that one a 2. Sorry. And the theme, it hit both of the themes. All right. Let's see. Let's extract that. Let me go back to my downloads folder, and Rainbow Land was Bart's. How long is this streaming going? This is almost going on 5 hours. I don't usually stream anything for more than like usually 2 or 3 hours. Alright, so this has the opposite problem of Patrick's in that mouse sensitivity is very low, at least on the horizontal axis. Do I have to water the rainbows? When I click, I spawn water. Alright, so it seems that I have to water the rainbows. What does the text say? Space to fly, very buggy, left mouse button to shoot, mouse to look around, alt enter to full screen. Alright, I want full screen because that might screw up the stream. But we can water the rainbows. Let's see if anything happens if I hit all of them. Okay, this may actually take a while because there is a lot of rainbows. What's that thing up here? I have to say, flying doesn't feel buggy. It just feels, you know, like it could move faster. Did Bart's game come with a YYZ? I might just edit the code so I can move around faster, see if there's a wind condition. Now, what are these bubbles here for? Oh, are those the ones that I shot earlier? They might be. Okay. Thanks, Catfish. Please tell me these aren't, like, respawning. If these are respawning, then that's gonna take forever. Oh, I see there's grass that's swaying in the breeze. Probably controlled by vertex color. Vertex animation like that. That's fun. We were discussing on the, Exer and I were discussing on the stream, like, the pros and cons of having an event like this last longer, and I feel like giving people extra time to like flesh out stuff like this would be extremely interesting. Not that of course everyone's would spend the extra 2 hours or 3 hours or however long it is working on details like that as opposed to gameplay things, but giving people the opportunity would be interesting. Alright, so there are fewer rainbows. I've actually almost got them all. Alright. There's 3 left, 2 left, and does anything happen when I water the rainbows? How many games have there been with the like changing perspective theme? Alright, that seems to be it. There's not much more. There's not much to do there. Because I think there was only the one with the levers that had a changing perspective theme to it. Let's see, this was someone else's I haven't gotten to yet. I'm looking for the submission page. Impressiveness, it was average. It got it done in 4 hours. That's impressive in and of itself. You literally nailed the theme. You are literally watering rainbows, and completeness. You can apparently get a like completion state here, but I'm not exactly sure what is intended. It doesn't say you win when you do that or anything. Alright. Did I get to this one? This was a Bearman's 3D jam. which is... Okay, I did extract that one. That's this. There are more people watching the stream now than there were when I was actually making the game. That's interesting how that goes. Alright, so we do not have alpha testing. The player sprite. Again, I'm not sure exactly what the goal of this is. The player sprite is does not have alpha testing on it. You look like, I don't know, Rover Norazura or something? The green hair. Long arms. Everything is billboarded, so the tree is billboarded, the player is billboarded. I am not entirely sure what I have to do here. Dino Storm, you recorded yourself beating the game. Thanks, I think. I'm curious how long that took, and how good at dodging the snowballs you got by the end. Let's see. If I, like, run off, there's nothing, like, off the screen, is there? Alright. I guess, the person, I don't know who this is, but they did put game in quotes, so I guess they weren't, maybe finished with everything. Oh, alpha testing on the tree is also not working correctly. Like, I know how this happens. This is a common problem. The player is drawn first, and it doesn't have any, like, alpha discard at the end of it, and then when the floor is drawn, or the tree is drawn, or the water is drawn, or whatever, the game thinks there's already something there, so it doesn't draw the floor underneath it, and then the tree is drawn last. The tree is drawn after the floor, but before the puzzle, so... Okay. It took 3 minutes. Alright, that's faster than I would have thought. Considering that I think 3 minutes is how long it takes all of them to spawn in. Let's see. This one... Again, I can't be too mean to this, because this is 3D in Game Maker in 4 hours. Completeness... It would seem that they didn't have time to finish this, and theme... There was water on the ground. I'll give you 1 star for that. I feel like the real theme here is 3D in Game Maker, more so than, you know, the ones that are the stated themes. Store level, I think this is the last one. I'm going to need to extract this because this is just a Game Maker project. Micah DS, I'll probably get on the next one of these. Hopefully it'll be less than like a year from now, because we do want to do more of these. The last time we did this was a long time ago now. Alright. Whose was this? This is Quadape. I don't recognize that name, but we have a game from them. Do I know Ivan Zanotti? I do not. There is an HLSL shader error in here. I wonder if that's why this was submitted as a YYZ instead of a Game Maker project. Well, for one... Oh, no, okay, so it is GLSL shader, but it's the Angle compiler that's having a problem with this. Let's try and fix this. Line 16, can't convert an int to a float. It's really line 15. Okay. Click inside the circle to start, move the mouse inside the circle to strafe your drone. Okay. So when I move around, am I rotating? It got very staticky. Okay, so this is another infinite runner here. It has sound. This is the only game that has sound. I'm still confused about what I have to do. 2446. This one confuses me. I don't know what I'm looking at here. when I move the mouse, it like it covers the center thing, and I don't know if that's like supposed to be slicing it up or something, but this is strange. All right, I don't know what to make of this. Let's get out of there. I guess I will. Have no Windows PC, only source code now. Oh, maybe that's why it if they were developing on Linux. Whose was that again? If they're developing this on Linux, then maybe that shader would have compiled and you could have done that implicit cast. I don't know if I should rate this because I don't know what to make of it. What is happening? Was the like the static in that game just like completely destroying the YouTube compression? I don't know. Anyway, I will not rate this because I don't know what I'm supposed to be rating. Honestly, I'm gonna leave it here. This is the 4-hour 3D Game Maker Game Jam. We hopefully will do more of these eventually. I would encourage you all to participate if you're interested in that sort of thing. I hope you all found this interesting, and I will see you all later.